Well, morena kia koutou katoa, no mai haere mai ki tēnei hui o te Kōrau Tūāpapa komiti, tuatahi ngā mihi nui ki ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohe, tia awa taranaki whānui Ngāti Toa Rangatira hoki, tuarua ka tīmata me te karakia me noi tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te ata kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. O nei rā te mihi nui kia koutou katoa. That's all right, we'll clarify that now. So morena everybody, welcome to the first Kōrau Tūāpapa committee meeting for this triennium. So this is the Environment and Infrastructure Committee. So I just begun by welcoming everyone to our meeting this morning and by acknowledging the mana whenua of this land in which we stand, te awa, Taranaki Whānui and Ngāti Toa Rangatira. And then that was followed by karakia, which we're just getting a bit more polished at, so perhaps something that we can bring up at councillor-only time, but as we welcome more members of tangata whenua to our council, our tikanga is adapting to that. So, yeah, so no mai haere mai, welcome to our committee meeting. Please let me or our democracy advisor Letitia know if you need to leave the meeting. And morning tea will be at 10:30, but we have a packed morning of public participation. So to move into the formalities of the meeting, we have done our karakia. So we're going to move on to apologies. Do I have any apologies for this meeting or for lateness? Matthews.
Councillor O'Neill for lateness.
O'Neill, we've also got Councillor Young for lateness. Any other apologies? Cool. Do I have a seconder for those apologies? Deputy Mayor Foon. So I now put the motion that we accept those apologies. Those in favour press 1 and those against press 2. Kapa, and that is carried. Moving on to conflict of interest declarations, I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest that they have at this meeting. See none. Confirmation of minutes. So just going to note that there's a minor error in the agenda. There are no previous minutes of this committee to confirm, as this is the first meeting of the committee. Awesome, right? Don't need to do anything there. Making great time. And items not on the agenda, there are no items not on the agenda. So now we're moving into the fun part of the morning, getting to hear from our community about the issues on the agenda today. So we have got a number of speakers this morning, and they are speaking on the issues of the e-bike share trial scheme, the zero waste strategy, and we have one person talking about the future of Frank Kitts Park. So it is my pleasure to welcome Alan Blake, who I believe is on Zoom, to speak for 5 minutes on behalf of Living Streets Aotearoa. So Alan, I'll let you know when you've got about 30 seconds left, and if you want to allow time for questions, just leave that within your 5 minutes. So kia ora, thank you for joining us.
Kia ora tātou. I hope you can hear me all right. I'm sitting in the university building at the Transport Knowledge Conference this morning. So I'm with the Wellington Coordinator for Living Streets Aotearoa Pedestrian Advocacy Group. And I'm talking about the e-bikes. So our main concern, I guess, is where will they be used? Currently, the law says that bikes are only permitted on roads or signed, posted, shared paths, and footpaths are for pedestrians mainly. So that's the other things that footpaths are for are traffic lights and poles and power poles, rubbish bins, seats, and so there's a whole lot of things already on footpaths. Councils, you probably are aware, control all parking in public spaces in Wellington, including on footpaths and on roads. So we're concerned, I guess, that the e-scooter companies are being offered the e-bike franchise, the hire franchise. We're concerned because we haven't got a lot of confidence in the scooter companies doing a good job on this, because they are not doing a good job with e-scooters. We are finding e-scooters left parked all over on the footpath. They're not following the code of compliance. So I noticed that in the requirements for the e-bikes, that I think it's some sort of tweak to the code of compliance that's being proposed, where e-bike users will be incentivised to park them properly. This hasn't worked for e-scooter users, so I'm not confident that it's going to work for e-bike users either. So what we would like to see is that the e-bikes have proper on-road parking in docked parks, so that they are required to be left in a particular place on the road and not on the footpath. And I think hopefully that's obvious to all of you why that's really important. It's because so we can have safe and accessible footpaths, that people don't have to dodge around all sorts of other, particularly vehicles, because these things move, so they're not predictable in where they might be left. Yeah, so I think I'll stop there, and if there's any questions about any of that.
Cool, thank you, Ellen. We've got a partai from Liz Kelly.
I'm Morena Elaine Blake, Elaine, if I can call you that. Ellen. Just for clarity, is your concern where they park them, or is it combined with where they drive them?
Well, bikes are not permitted on footpaths currently, and let's hope that stays like that, because we need safe footpaths for people. So the thing that the council can control is where they park them, and so that's what our particular concern is for this case.
Thank you.
Cool, and Councillor Brown?
Helen, just a question for you. I know that bicycles are covered by the rules of the road, so they have to follow the road code, etc. But the scooters have to. I'm just curious as to whether they're actually covered by any rules.
Well, e-scooter use in New Zealand is not very well regulated at all. So there was a change in 2018 to that permitted e-scooters. That defined e-scooters as not motor vehicles. So this meant that they could go on footpaths, even though they were actually a motor vehicle because they run on a motor. So the council can't do anything about that. That was a central government decision. The things that the council can do something about is where they park. It's really important to get vehicles off the footpaths, particularly when they're parked.
Cool. Thank you so much, Ellen and Living Streets Aotearoa, for coming to share your whakaaro with us this morning. Kia ora. Next, I think in person, we've got Polly Griffiths and Liam Price from Sustainability Trust to talk to us. Kia ora, so if you could just join us at the podium. You've got 5 minutes to speak to us this morning, and just save any time for questions if you'd like within that 5 minutes.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Polly from Sustainability Trust, and this is Liam from the Rubbish Trip and Kai Cycle. And we're here to represent Waste Free Welly, which is a collaboration of individuals and organisations progressing zero waste vision for the Wellington region. We'd really like to congratulate the Council on the progress made over the last 18 months, raising the level of ambition on waste. We have an economic wellbeing strategy now, which makes circular economy transition an objective, and now we can celebrate a draft zero waste strategy that puts circular economy and focus at the top of the waste hierarchy front and centre. We think the strategy's got really good targets and sound principles, with reuse and reduction in waste a priority, and the issue of proximity recognised. It's really important to keep the momentum going and get this document out for consultation while continuing to work on the initiatives in the action plan to ensure that the strategic intent is really reflected in implementation.
Tēnā koutou. We're very happy to see that getting organic waste out of landfill and investing in organics processing is a priority here. But I think it's important to recognise that one size doesn't fit all for Pōneke. We have many steep roads, multi-occupancy dwellings, and many food businesses in the central city where a curbside collection could be really challenging. And yes, will be a large volume of organic materials to remove from landfill, but there's no reason this has to be dealt with a singular facility, as the language in the strategy suggests. So there are significant challenges with having a large-scale facility. No time to detail them, but not least that when you just have one facility and no backup, it's very not resilient, and we just have to look at Christchurch for an example of what can go wrong. We'd like to see the role of different types of processing facilities and composting hubs in a distributed network emphasised more strongly. This will probably include a larger facility somewhere and some curbside collection services, but it would also look at neighbourhood and community scale composting, medium scale facilities, and also drop-off and on-site collection models. And just to point out that we are so lucky here in Wellington to have one of the country's leading innovative composting enterprises in KaiCycle, who have not only had 7 successful years of operating, but are continuing to expand their services to local households and businesses by tripling their processing capacity, and that's thanks to council investment, so a new facility in Rongotai is being set up. And this means Wellington already has a head start. We can work with, supplement, and build on the strengths of the likes of KaiCycle and develop a sophisticated system with maximum benefits across the board.
Thanks, Liam. So we think collective ownership of the waste problem goes beyond individual householders, traditional waste operators, and the businesses noted in the strategy. Wellington has a huge government presence and a thriving civil society. Zero waste organisations like Sustainability Trust and KaiCycle are driven by the broader outcomes that we can achieve in our communities. So we look forward to seeing the role of these sectors coming through more strongly as the action plan is fleshed out and the WMMP developed. A wider approach that incorporates local scale initiatives can achieve more than just diverting waste from landfill, fostering behaviour change, resilience and community cohesion, food security and soil health, and reducing emissions from transporting materials, which you don't tend to get when you put stuff in a bin and it all gets taken away to one facility. And as the strategy recognises, alongside there will be a need for tighter regulation and resourcing for this to ensure that landfill capacity is treated as a really valued resource in our city and the extension to the southern landfill becomes the last. So we're really looking forward to continuing to work with the council waste team on the zero waste programme and having an active role. We have the capacity and capability to scale the delivery of our projects and programmes, working with the council to collectively achieve those targets. Thank you very much.
Ka pai, thank you so much for coming to talk to us this morning, and we're all really looking forward to hearing more from you as this consultation goes on. So kia ora, thank you. So next we're going to move on to Patrick Morgan to Sue Coots from Zero Waste Network Aotearoa, aroha mai. So kia ora, Sue, you've got 5 minutes to speak to us this morning. Kia ora.
Atamare, it's so good to be here in person and to see you all here after a long year of Zoom calls. Yeah, I'm Sue Coots and I work with the Zero Waste Network. We have a lot of members around the country and we have a number of members here in Wellington. So I'm here today to speak in support of the Zero Waste strategy that your team have developed. As you all know, the strategic review that was done last year identified a few weaknesses in the council's approach to reducing waste, and it's been amazing to see how well the team have worked over the last 12 months or 18 months to really turn that around. It's great to see things starting to come together in that respect and to have that feeling that Wellington will be able to live up to that reputation that you're seeking as a leader in the space. Got a really clear strategy with a waste reduction focus. You're really aligned with Council's direction of travel, which is that idea of we want to speed up this shift to a low waste, low carbon, circular economy. It's a really good fit with the work that's being done in other teams, like in the climate team and the economic development team and in community development. And we've got, I think probably for the first time, we've really got a good good team of committed staff that are really resourced to get the job done. And so I think we're going to see a lot of traction in the next year coming on. One thing that we've learned in our work over the last 25 years is that if you want to change the way things are getting done at any sort of scale, you really have to get everybody on board. And so one of the things that I've really enjoyed seeing coming through in this version of the strategy is the space that's being made for small to medium enterprise in the city and also for community enterprise and community activities. That's going to build a lot on what's already happening across the city. We know there's lots of businesses working in circular economy and zero waste space, and having the support to scale up will be amazing. And then also, I know the team are really thinking about how they can draw on work being done around the country and learn from the work that's being done in other places in the space as well. So, I guess zero waste, it can be a bit of a confusing thing for people. Some people only see the target and they go, I'm never going to make it, it's impossible. But actually, it's not really about the target. Zero waste is about a different way of thinking. It's about giving yourself permission to ask that question about, what is it we really need to do in our city or in our community to live in a world where there is no waste. And that's the story that you guys are starting to tell. It gives you a clear goal to work towards. So, 30-year goal, it's not going to happen tomorrow, but it gives you that clear sense of direction. And the best thing that I love about zero waste and why I've been working in it for 25 years is that it gives us a wonderful toolkit that's been tested all over the world for practical strategies to make it happen. And that's the thing that often is you guys would know from being the strategy kind of signer off, is that it's the implementation phase that's often the tricky bit. Some people think that waste is boring. And, I'd like to kind of point to the Better Futures surveys that have come through year after year, those longitudinal studies, that every single time, top 3, there's 3 in the top 10 that are too much plastic going to landfill or too much plastic litter and pollution. We really want to see, too much landfill, too much rubbish, not enough good recycling. And it's something that New Zealanders really care about. So in your role as councillors, then it's great to be advocating for something that's going to change that. Another thing that people think is that it's too expensive to do something about it, but really the expense is in not doing something about it. If you take practical action now to reduce the amount of waste flowing through your system, you're going to take costs and risk out of the system in the long term, and that's really worth investing in. And the third thing is that it's a really great way of connecting your climate goals with your, it's a way of really targeting your climate goals. If you tackle your waste problems, you're going to reduce landfill emissions, you're going to reduce all the upstream indirect emissions that come from making and transporting goods around the country, and you're also going to, if you can keep things in circulation and keep them from having to, not throw them out, then you don't have to go back to the environment and draw new raw materials, new energy into the system to make new things. And that means that our biodiversity issues and our nature, it really connects the dots around protecting our environment. So, just wanted to come along today and take this opportunity to really encourage you to back your team and to get the strategy out for consultation. As the previous speaker said, we've got to keep the momentum up on this. We've got a lot of balls in the air, and having a great strategy will really help to make sure everything goes in the right direction. We're looking forward to being able to be part of the process, and really looking forward to being able to contribute some ideas next year when the consultation process comes out, so that we can make this all happen in the city.
Ka pai. Thank you, Sue. We're looking forward to hearing from you again. Next, I'd like to welcome up Patrick Morgan from Cycling Action Network Morena and Koi. Kia ora, Morena Kōrua. So you have got 5 minutes to speak to the e-bike share trial scheme this morning, and make sure you save time within that 5 minutes if you wanted to take questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all here today. Firstly, we are strongly in support of the Council's plan to trial 300 e-bikes. This is really about how we share space in a city, and to meet our climate, livability and safety goals, we need to make sure we move people in the most efficient ways, the most space-efficient ways. So bikes are here, e-bikes are here. Cost is a barrier for many people, so public shared e-bikes gives many more people the chance to have a go without making a high financial commitment. It makes sense. We're encouraged you to move through the trial quickly, and there's no reason to cap this at 300. Let's cap it to meet public demand. Let's give people what they want. I'll allow time for questions, but first introduce Koi Fan, who's got a few remarks. Thanks, Koi.
Morena, everyone. My name is Koi, as someone you might have known. I'm speaking today. Patrick brought me along to speak, and I'm in support of this plan. And I really enjoy e-bike. I just got one recently, and I take it out to go to work in Lower Hutt. I live in Mount Cook, and so I have to bike out there 3 times a week for working in the diagnostic lab out there. And it's changed my life entirely. And this scheme is very important for everyone because it will put the people who've been on the fence of getting an e-bike, now they can use this opportunity and try an e-bike themselves. I was a convert when I first got introduced to them in Auckland, using the Beam e-bike, riding from Britomart to St Helier and we ride bike for like $10, which was really, really cheap. And this will allow those, again, like those people who've been thinking about getting an e-bike, try to get an e-bike, will be able to get an e-bike readily available instead of paying $3,000 for a bike. And we have twice the amount of ridership compared to Auckland's on micromobility, according to Wakakotai's number. And we have 3 times less the amount of scooters on the road compared to Auckland. So the demand is there, the trend is increasing. So I hope you guys will be able to put this out and approve this. And it will be also a very good way to get to the airport from the city with the new cycleway. Because I know I will be renting an e-bike and go to the airport, drop it off there, and off I go. Thank you.
Cool. So we've got a question from Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. Just for all of us around the table, what would an entry-level e-bike cost if there's no scheme and I actually want to get into it? How much is the financial outlay?
So if you want to buy your own, they start at around $2,000. We recommend people spend a bit more. A $2,000 e-bike is probably not that good quality. Some shops and operators in Wellington also provide lease bikes. So if people, again, don't want to spend $3 or $4 grand, you can lease them by the week or the month. But we think this really, it meets a need in the market for the casual use. And we've seen the uptake of e-scooters. We think the demand is there, as we've seen in Auckland and cities around the world.
Cool. And then we have a question from Councillor Chung.
Thanks, Patrick. I have an e-bike myself, so I'm well aware of the advantages of it. But I'm getting a lot of emails from people who are very concerned that when people are renting things, they don't look after them as well as they do if they own them. And so typically with the scooters, I've received a lot of emails about people falling over them. So what would you say about the people that would rent them and having a number of rental bikes around? Do you think that'll cause a lot more problems around the footpaths?
Great. Thanks for your question. I guess there's 2 questions there. One is looking after the devices. Please ask the representatives of the companies what their plan for that is. Obviously, they've got your credit card details, so it's not totally anonymous. On parking etiquette, I mean, it's a really valid question, and I'd like to support what Ellen from Living Streets was saying, is that footpaths are primarily for people on feet. Okay, so I really encourage the council to up your game in terms of providing appropriate parking for private and public e-bikes. Road stuff belongs in road space, not on footpath space. So I've seen the council already introduce corrals around Wellington, dedicated parking in Grey Street, parking near the railway station. I think, as we see the uptake of personal and shared e-bikes, it's time for the council to up its game on meeting that demand. Thanks for your question, Ray.
Awesome. Thank you, Patrick and Koi, for coming to speak to us this morning. Much appreciated.
Okay. Thank you, councillors.
Next, we have got Helene Ritchie on behalf of the Wellington Civic Trust talking to us about the future of Frank Kitts Park and the Central City Green Open Space Network. Welcome, Helene. So you've got 5 minutes to speak to us and leave any time for questions if you would like to take some.
I'll just wait till don't start the clock yet. I'll just wait till these are circulated because I want to refer to them. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yep. Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm Helen Ritchie and I chair the Wellington Civic Trust. We want the best for Wellington and we add value. We're a bunch of planners, engineers and all sorts of people. I want today to address the Frank Kitts Park and to alert you to the fact that this is not a building site. This is a park, a recreation park for your children, for your grandchildren, and for the future of Wellington, and also for the past. The Civic Trust has endeavoured to has fought for over 40 years to ensure that the waterfront is and remains for the public, a public space. We are asking today that the council, the officers, thoroughly investigate an alternative site for the Whale Malai building on that site at present, proposed on that site, but not quite proposed. On page 2 of the document that I've just circulated, you will see that there have been a number of conflicting decisions made by council. I refer you to those. First of all, there has been no decision made that this would be a development site. And yet today, in your forward plan, you have reference to a development plan on page 328 of your forward plan. I want now to turn to the last page, which are some of the advantages of the alternative site for the Whale Malai. So the Civic Trust supports a Whale Malai. We actually believe that it is very, very unlikely that a Whale Malai would successfully be able to be achieved on Frank Kitts Park. There will be significant and expensive for the council and the public opposition. But there is a win-win situation. The advantages, some of the advantages, and I read them very quickly, of the transition site, which is a site between Waitangi Park and Tūāpapa. They're structural. The site is available. Nothing needs to be demolished. The car park on Frank Kitts Park, you can do whatever you wish with it. But there is nothing that needs to be demolished on the transition site. Financial, there will be far less costs for ratepayers. There would be earlier completion. There are environmental advantages. We would add, instead of taking away, another smaller park in the Malai in front of the Malai in front of the Whale. There are environmental and recreational advantages for the children and the people who live in now the largest suburb, except it's an urb, in Wellington, the CBD. Adherence to council policy. The council passed the Green Open Public Space Network plan on the waterfront, which saw this site as a key, one of only 2 parks on the waterfront. The location next to the moana, the location, cultural, scientific and educational, close to Tūāpapa with interrelationship. The location, cultural interrelationship with the market, enabling an infusion of Pacific Island foods into the market. The location, proximity closer, much closer to the Pacific Island churches. The location, economic and tourism, much closer to what is and will be the tourism hub, Tūāpapa and Takina, the convention centre. And finally, a legal advantage. There would, in all likelihood, not be objection to this, certainly not from the Civic Trust. You would be supporting something which would enhance the Pacific Island presence in Wellington, but also the use of the waterfront for the people of New Zealand and even of the world if we get them back. Finally, I just want to say we prefer to work in collaboration. This is a win-win possibility for all of us. We want you to seek to ask that the officers thoroughly investigate, as a matter of urgency, the alternative site, the transition site, as an alternative for the Whale Malai. And could I just finish by saying that I know that there are at least 2 former councillors who sit around this table who advocated in a similar way. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions and ask them.
Thanks, Helene. We've come to the end of your 5 minutes, but thank you very much for coming and sharing your views on behalf of the Civic Trust with us this morning. Thank you. So next we're jumping back onto Zoom. Kia ora, Jonathan. You've got 5 minutes to speak to the e-bike share trial scheme and leave any time within that 5 minutes if you want to take any questions. Kia ora.
Cool, thank you very much. I'll keep this pretty short. I just wanted to call in support of the e-bike trial scheme. I've used e-bike share systems in over a dozen sort of countries and cities overseas, and they're really incredible ways to help people get on bikes and get around and get where they need to go. I also remember the Onzo system we had before. There are a lot of flaws with that, but there were also some really great benefits from that. One of them being the affordability of the program. The cheap bikes and whatever the business model that company had meant that those bikes were just so affordable, and literally anyone in the city could afford to use them and to get around. And I really saw that when I was out, that people were using them who might not be using e-scooters or these new e-bike systems because they're out of their price range. In terms of the e-bike system, I think it's the e-bike share. It's so great for getting people on bikes for the first time. People who might not own a bike at home, might not think of themselves as someone who rides a bike. The barrier of entry through a system like this is so low to get people on bikes. I remember with the Onzos, I taught someone to ride for the first time on an Onzo because we were just hanging out at the waterfront, and it was like, okay, it's going to be $1, let's rent them, and so someone that got to ride a bike for the very first time and maybe became someone who commutes by bike into the city. So the suggestion I'd like to make to the program is that actually I think the council should be subsidising this sort of program. The benefits from getting someone on a bike are huge, and I think that should be something that the council should be assisting people to get on. If the e-bike share system is priced at a similar or even potentially higher cost than e-scooters, I think that's going to be a real limitation on the uptake and the potential for carbon reduction and mode shift that could exist there. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Jonathan this morning? Cool, we've got one from Councillor Free.
Jonathan, one of the problems with the other rental bikes was they ended up in the harbour and all over the show. Do you think that's less of a risk with slightly more expensive e-bikes?
I'm not sure on that matter. I don't know.
All right, okay. Well, maybe we'll find out. Okay, thanks.
Cool, looks like we've got no more questions. So thank you, Jonathan, for sharing your thoughts with us this morning.
Thank you.
So next we've got Nick Ruane from representing our Council Accessibility Advisory Group, Morena. Nick, so you have got 10 minutes to speak to us this morning about the e-bike trial scheme. So just leave any time in there if you want to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. It's nice to be here with councillors this morning. My name's Nick Ruane. I'm the co-chair for the AAG. I thought it was really important to come along this morning. This is obviously an issue that's a significant issue for certain members of the disability community, particularly members of the blind and low vision community, but also members of our deaf community. This was a significant issue when we had the e-scooter trial, but I am led to believe that this will also be an issue with this trial as well. Yeah, there are a few issues that I just want to go through. I just really want to encourage councillors to think quite carefully about this before a go-ahead is given, particularly around any what I describe as guardrails that are put around this trial or requirements that are placed upon the suppliers. I'm just reminded of a recent experience that I had when I was in Auckland, and it was just referred to previously around how easy they were to use in Auckland. My experience when I was in Auckland was that I saw bikes just placed on the footpath, and that might be fine if you wish to pick them up, but if you're a member of the blind community, that's a very different experience when you're navigating the street with a white cane. So I'd encourage members to engage with those communities about their experience, because that's a very different experience when you're navigating the street. And that experience can end you up in A&E. And as we know at the moment, when you go to A&E, that's half your day gone just to get in the front door. So yeah, I would encourage members to think very carefully about where this trial is placed. So we're talking about geo-blocking, which is making some parts of our city just a no-go area. I'd also encourage members to think about speed limits, and we have had some advice from officers that is dangerous for the riders. I'd encourage members to think about the people who are most vulnerable in that situation, who are actually, like I've just said before, members of our blind and low vision community, members of our deaf community who can't hear the riders coming from behind them at sometimes very high speed. So I'd encourage people to think about actually the real people we need to be concerned about in this circumstance. One of the things we need to be considering about here is that Waka Kotahi have a package called Accessible Streets, and that is under consultation at the moment. It's not going to come into play until 2024, and that's going to really redefine what happens on our footpaths. But that's not going to come into play until 2024. So we have a period over 2023 where you as councillors get to define what happens on our footpaths. So you actually have the power to determine what happens until 2024, when Accessible Streets will set the frameworks around what happens. So you have the power to determine what happens. You have that power right now over this 2023 period until Accessible Streets comes into play. So you can determine who goes on our footpaths, how this trial goes ahead. So this is actually really important. It matters. So you can say to the who's going to deliver this trial, the commercial players here, you can say to them, actually, we don't want you going really, really fast on the footpath. We don't want you going in certain areas of the city. You can say that. It's up to you. The difference is, during the last trial of scooters, there was nothing. It was like the Wild West out there. And we saw that. We saw the disability community coming back to us and saying, it's crazy out there. It's just, we got scooters going everywhere. We got people riding, incredibly fast out there on the footpath. And it's scary. So, what we're anticipating at the moment is on top of that. We've got our scooters, we've got our bikes, we're anticipating it's going to be, unless you make a choice to make it safer, because you have the power to do that. It's up to you. No one else can make that decision. So I'd really encourage you to make that choice wisely at the moment, because ultimately, when we make decisions that negatively impact a certain community, it becomes a disability rights issue, and then it becomes a human rights issue, and that's serious. So, yeah, this is serious stuff. So, yeah, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Cool, thank you, Nick. So we've got a question from Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Nick. Lovely to see you, and thank you for taking the time to come in and share those views with us. I guess I have two quick questions. One, about the variety of views that have been expressed by AAG, even in the short discussion that we had. And second of all, I guess I just want to really hone in on what those areas of concern are, because I'm hearing that it's not necessarily blanket opposition to the trial. It's about, and I want to hear, it's about footpath use, it's about parking.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's not blanket opposition. What it is if we are going to do this, we need to do it safely. And we need to have some guardrails around this trial. We need to make sure it's safe. We need to make sure that our members of our community that are particularly vulnerable, the members of our blind community, the members of our deaf community can feel safe, can know that they're not going to be mowed down by bikes in this particular example. So they can feel comfortable and know that there will be some safety provisions, some guardrails around the trial. Yeah.
And next we've got Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Very good points and important points. I agree with you. Do you think, in terms of it being piloted, do you think it's important to have officers, particularly who are monitoring the trial, to take particular care to note incidents or capture incidents of where e-bikes have been either left in the wrong place or have caused issues? Is that something you'd like to see in terms of the report back on the pilot, to say, how did it go on the areas where you're particularly concerned?
I think that would be useful data. I don't know whether we're capturing that data at the moment, but that would be incredibly useful real-time data to be capturing, and potentially for councillors or officers to be asking the commercial operators to be providing on a regular basis.
And Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Nick. Nice to see you. Do you think there's some scope to have you work with, say, Flamingo and Beam directly to look at the UX within the app around actually highlighting some of these messages of why parking things are important and why they need to put bikes back in the corrals and the like?
I mean, I think it's always useful to work with commercial operators. I know the disability community's worked with Uber in the past around accessibility of the platform itself. I think if we are going to go down that route, I would highlight particularly the blind and low vision community, particularly the deaf community has the most at stake in this. So yeah, those would be the most obvious communities that you would want to be putting in front of the operators.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nick, for joining us this morning and for all the work you do for our council through the Accessibility Advisory Group. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Particularly appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, councillors.
No worries.
Thank you.
So next we've got Jackson Jebaselvan, apologies if that's pronounced incorrectly, from Beam Mobility, here to talk to us about the e-bike share trial scheme. So we've got 10 minutes to talk to Jackson, as Beam will be one of our providers of the e-bike share trial should we pass it. So kia ora, Jackson, you've got 10 minutes and just leave some time in there for questions if you wanted to.
Kia ora everyone, my name is Jackson. I am here today as a representative for Beam Mobility. I'll just chat through briefly and then be open for questions. Beam is interested in partnering with the Wellington City Council to implement the shared micromobility e-bike program, which is tailored to the unique needs of the local community. We currently run a successful e-scooters operation and believe that e-bikes will be a addition that will be welcomed and further encourage the modal shift away from cars. We are experienced e-bike operators with e-bike operations in ANZ across Auckland, Sydney, Brisbane, Lake Macquarie, and the New South Wales. We are committed to being a partner to the city, supporting the region in fulfilling its strategic outcomes, and always aligning with council to support the community as best as possible. We back our operations with an investment in the latest technology. Just like our e-scooters, our e-bikes have the e-bikes we plan to deploy includes GPS tracking and geofencing technology, swappable batteries, a double kickstand which makes it more stable, and sensors to detect riding behavior. We understand that increasing the number of shared mobility vehicles on the streets will raise questions and concerns, and it definitely should, so we get the opportunity to address them and resolve them. I'll talk through a few initiatives that we have around parking in the city. We have one of the industry's best rider education and enforcement programs, the Beam Safe Academy. This includes in-app, in-person, online rider education, ensuring riders know how to park and where to ride. That is specific to our city rules. It also includes a 3-strike policy where safety ambassadors are patrolling the streets, ensuring that riders adhere to the riding rules. Riders risk suspension if they don't. For the months of October and November, we have sent out warnings to a total of 213 unique riders and banned 8 riders for inappropriate behavior. We also run community education and regular safety campaign to the wider public to ensure riders and non-riders know how the city operations work and how shared mobility is impacting and making a difference in the city. In every area that we operate in, we ensure that there are operating procedures and communication channels in place, ensuring that when the need arises, we are capable to resolve them promptly and that we are responsive to council concerns. With all the concerns raised around parking, we support further building out of car parks into shared mobility for e-scooters and e-bike parking. Thank you, and we can move forward for the questions.
Cool, awesome. So I'll kick us off with a question. Thanks for that, Jackson. So when you ban a user, they can't just simply go and make a new account and jump back on the scooter, eh? So it's linked to their debit card or their credit card?
It is currently linked to their emails, their phone numbers, and the credit card. So when we ban them, they cannot they can create another account under a false identity, but not with the same identity.
Okay, cool, thank you. And we had a question from Councillor Free.
Maybe. I just asked this of someone else. When the Onzos were around, they just ended up being dumped. What will you do to mitigate that?
Thank you. We have the geofencing technology on the e-bikes, which ensures that the area is very close to the water, would be a no parking zone. And above that, we also have our staff on foot who work every night to move scooters away from the harbour. At any given point of time, we have 3 staff on the ground who are working on parking issues if they are not parked appropriately, and at the same time moving scooters away from the waterfront areas.
Cool. Councillor Young?
Hi. What controls do you have over the collection of batteries? Because there was an incident recently when someone was collecting batteries from scooters, and they had 8 batteries stacked up on the scooter, and it was out of control and hit their dog. It was actually my son and his dog. And it just seemed that, it becomes very heavy when it's got 8 batteries on it. So is there a limit to how many they're supposed to have when they're going around? I don't know there's a term, isn't it, when they collect batteries?
Yes, so we do not collect batteries on the scooter. We do have a specialized custom-made battery box that is mounted on top of the scooter, and it is protected from all sides. There is up to a capacity of 4, and we have our latest cargo bike which can hold up to a capacity of 32 batteries that patrols the streets. We do not collect batteries in the open.
I might ask you later on another question.
Councillor Matthews?
I'm very encouraged to hear about the warnings and bans being made to riders who break your rules. Is there a tension, or how do you resolve that tension between making sure your riders, adhere to the rules, and of course these are your customers and they generate the income for your business?
Yes. So any parking violations or inappropriate riding behavior is first addressed with a warning email and an education email as per the actions from the rider's side. After 3 warnings, when there is no, the 4th one would be a suspension and then a ban. In major cases like dangerous riding or some, in those cases, we usually go for suspension and bans directly without the warnings.
Cool, and then we've got Councillor Abdurrahman. Just use your microphone, please.
Kia ora, friend. As you can see, the community is excited. At the same time, they also have concerns.
Yes.
And how are you going to engage with those communities who got concerns and they know the solution as well? Is there any plan? Is there, after that, any communication channels to communicate with them as well, with those community advocates?
We have been working with Living Streets Aotearoa around different cities and addressing concerns. There are plans to mitigate scooters that are being parked or acting as an hindrance to the disabled communities as well. And we are very happy to work with AAG and address their concerns and work around. The geofencing technology has improved so much that we get regular requests from hotels or any institutions in Wellington saying that, can you make our particular building a no parking zone or a no-go zone? And these requests come in almost every month, and they are being addressed the same day. We are very agile in our operations. The technology has improved so much that we just have to spend 2 minutes to create those geofences and they will be live. So we are very happy to work with everyone. We can start after the meeting.
Councillor McNulty.
Great segue. So my question, which you've partly gone into, is would you be willing to look at voluntary geofences if, say, AAG identify this as an area where some of our members have run into concerns with e-bike users at regular intervals? You'd be willing to look at additional geofencing voluntarily and not being instructed by the council to do that?
Definitely. We are already doing that with requests from the community. Someone says this place has been a... for example, we can take Prince Street in Mount Pick. which has a very narrow road, and scooters were constantly being parked over there. We sent warnings and we suspended a few accounts. Despite of that, the scooters ended up over there. So we made sure that it becomes a no parking zone, and from thereafter we have not received any complaints on that.
Cool. And then 1 minute for a quick question from Councillor Randall.
Thank you. Hopefully this is a quick question. Obviously e-bikes are have much greater range. Can you just describe the extent to which e-bikes are going to be permitted to run around Wellington? Is it right to the boundary of the Wellington city or beyond? Will you be able to take them to Lower Hutt, etc.? Just broadly, thanks.
Right now, we have our operating geofence all the way from Thorndon until Miramar Weta Caves, and we are happy to extend it when the need arises. We can go up to Johnsonville as well. When riders request saying that, can you please extend the geofence? I stay here, and we have regular riders from this area. We do extend geofences. We had extended Miramar and Karori for those reasons. And after extending Miramar, we have partnered with Wellington Airport, wherein we have an agreement with the airport to park scooters and bikes and scooters inside the airport. Since then, there has been a total of 2,000 miles that have been ridden in a sustainable way from scooters. So having bikes over there would be really advantageous. People move all the way from the airport to Thorndon and the city around the base.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jackson, for joining us this morning. I think your kōrero will really help us with our deliberations today, so thank you.
Thank you so much for the time and opportunity.
Cool. Cheers. And finally, we've got Nick Hyland, Jackson Love and Trish Love from Flamingo Scooters, and I believe they've got a bike as well. Awesome. And we've got morning tea after this, so maybe we can give it a hoon. Outside, on the road. Hey, so kia ora, guys.
Slides.
You got some slides, cool. So as you've heard, you got 10 minutes, save any time in there for questions if you wanted to answer them. Cool, and we'll just get those slides up. Ka pai.
Awesome. Kia ora everyone, my name is Jackson from Flamingo. This is Trish and Nick. We're the directors, proudly Kiwi-owned and operated e-mobility company that was founded right here in Wellington. Our mission is to provide a transport option that lowers carbon emissions, reduces reliance on cars, and provides a first and last mile connection with public transport. We believe providing Wellingtonians with e-bikes is a positive contribution to this overall mission and aligns with Council's approval of the Bike Network Plan, as well as transport goals to reduce car reliance and carbon emissions. We partner closely and collaboratively with Wellington City Council and are passionate about the success of micromobility in our city. We believe it is the way of the future and will do everything we can to ensure the success of this trial. This is why we have a number of safety measures and initiatives to ensure the highest level of safety. Safety is our top priority, and in particular, that all e-bikes are parked safely. Predefined council-approved locations will be set up as drop zones and preferred parking. These are always visible from within the Flamingo app with real-life photos of the location. Riders are incentivised to park in these tidy and designated areas. All users are required to complete comprehensive e-bike training, which includes rules to ensure they are parked and ridden in a safe and respectful manner. Our safety reward program has more detailed and specific safety rules, including a training module on safe parking, which teaches users to identify poor and good parking using real parking photos from around Wellington. All Flamingo e-bikes have built-in GPS, allowing us to enforce geo-fenced no parking zones. High foot traffic areas in Wellington, like the Golden Mile, are no parking zones. In addition to Council, we collaborate with the wider Wellington community to create and enforce no parking zones and currently have approximately 50 across Wellington. Onboard sensors on the bike detect whether it is upright or has fallen down, Our rapid response team are alerted and respond promptly to tipped e-bikes. All users are required to take a photo of their parked e-bike before they can end their ride. These photos are then reviewed by our customer support team to ensure the e-bike has been parked in a safe and appropriate manner. Our in-field safety ambassadors also complete parking reviews. If a team member finds a non-compliant e-bike, they take a photo which is then emailed to the rider and immediately relocate the e-bike. Riders who demonstrate good parking behaviour receive incentives such as discounts on their next ride, whereas users who are found to be parking in an unsafe manner first receive an email warning, followed by a phone call. We have found this education-based approach to be highly effective, and the vast majority of riders demonstrate improved parking behaviour after discussing safe parking with a Flamingo representative. Users who do continue to violate these rules have their accounts suspended. Before launch, Flamingo will run an e-bike Learn to Ride safety event on the waterfront. At this event, people can learn from our Flamingo safety ambassadors about how to safely ride and park e-bikes in Wellington. Flamingo continues to run regular safety events, and we most recently hosted a Learn to Ride at Armageddon just last weekend. Flamingo's local Wellington team are available at all hours to respond to any reports from council or members of the public. Flamingo rapid responders immediately attend to reports of incorrectly parked e-bikes with a 30-minute target time for collection. As a Wellington-based startup, we are proud to contribute to local employment through our dedicated and growing team of safety ambassadors and rapid responders. We are invested in Wellington, proud of our collaborative partnership with Council and the local community, and will do everything we can to ensure the success of this trial. Thank you so much for listening. I now welcome any questions.
Oh, so questions. Oh, Councillor McNulty.
Just basically Tony's question from before. What's the limits for the trial for Flamingo within Wellington city boundaries?
Yeah, so we're a big fan of a wider deployment area and service zone. So big supporters of equitable access and all people of Wellington being able to use the service. So ours actually expands already out to Johnsonville, as well as Kandala, Nio, Karori, all the way through to Miramar. It can't yet. Part of the question was Lower Hutt. It's will obviously be within Wellington City Council area to begin with.
Yeah, cool. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I just wondered whether you'd be willing to participate in a shorter term feedback back to this council. I mean, I think currently it's proposed to be a year, but formally to us, I know our officers will be interacting with you more often, but I just wondered whether you'd be willing, if we approved it, whether you'd be willing to come back and see us well before the 12-month period, in case there are some adjustments required that we need to think about.
Sorry, Councillor, I think the trial is 6.5 months. So
yeah, I thought they were coming back.
Yeah, so it's 6.5 months to capture the seasonality kind of variance, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So I guess a few things there. Once we do get all set up, people employed and the bikes deployed, it is important for us to run out for the full length of the trial. So I think from a commercial perspective, we were hoping that the bikes would be able to continue until the re-license for the scooters as well as the bikes, but just a shorter monitoring period for the official trial where we'd be very keen to come back and chat to you and work through any changes. I think one thing that's really important with any trial is to be really collaborative. We're testing and measuring a lot of things, so we're always going to be quick, nimble, flexible, and happy to change things at every step along the way. It is important, we think, to be able to collate enough statistics for various times of the year. Like, this is something that we believe will be somewhat seasonal. But also, we genuinely think this is going to work and become a solution for people. So we would like to see customers being able to continuously rely on the accessibility of the bikes until we're able to license them again or until the relicense comes up.
Yeah, I think it's probably more the concern about where the bikes might be left, and how do we, and I know you've got sort of controls in place, but I think that's probably the, the stuck across a footpath with.
I think that.
Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Free.
Well, I'd actually like to congratulate you for still being in business because Lime didn't last very long. So that's great. How many scooters do you currently have?
So we currently have 400 scooters in Wellington, same as the other operator, so 800 total, which is, much lower than some other cities across New Zealand. So, for example, in Auckland, they have, in both Auckland and Christchurch, they have well over 1,500.
So has that number gone up or down as you've adjusted to the market?
No, it
certainly hasn't gone down anyway. So that's cool. Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Abdurrahman. Use your mic.
I'm going to ask the same question to the BME guy. As you said, safety is your main top priority. How do you define safety? Are you working with the concerned communities or advocates who have the same issue around safety? Are you going to incorporate their inputs?
Absolutely, yeah. So safety includes all impacts on not just our riders and our staff, but also the wider community, pedestrians. And we do have work with everyone in community to enforce no parking zones and other safety initiatives. So ones I ran through in the speech or in my quick run through, the in-app training does really focus on ensuring that customers know where to safely ride and park scooters. Very proud to say that we've never had an incident in our 3 years where a rider has hit or collided with a pedestrian, and we're going to, touch wood, continue to do everything we can to ensure that continues.
Cool, and then we've got 1 minute left for a quick question from Councillor Wineta.
Kia ora, folks, thank you for your submission. How many participants on average attend these safety workshops?
That can be really, really awesome. We try to do them at events where other people are already attending, so like Armageddon, and then when we're down at the waterfront, especially if we're giving away like free merchandise or something, we'll have hundreds of people come through. The one thing that's really cool from our perspective when it comes to those is that we quite often get a slightly older generation coming along, people who don't want to learn through an app but instead want to talk face to face to one of us. Really exciting to see some of those kind of grandparents with their grandchildren saying that they might genuinely start to use e-mobility as a transport option.
Awesome. So Nick, Jackson and Trish, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we're just about to go to morning tea, so I'm sure we're all going to hang out and check out the new bike. So kia ora, thank you for joining us. So we are making great time, so we're going to go to morning tea till 10:45, so make sure you do what you need to do and get back here 10:45 on the dot because we've got lots to discuss. Kia ora. kia ora, councillors. Thanks so much for your great questions this morning. So we're going to move into the substantive stuff of our meeting today, starting with, like I said, a really special introductory speech from Holden Hohaia this morning. So I am going to welcome you to share some words with us this morning as your first time appearing as part of our committee. So, floor is yours.
Akati, tēnā tātou. Tēnā tātou, ko whakarauika mai nei I runga I te kaupapa o te rā, o tira kei ngā mema o te komiti Kōrau Tūāpapa tēnā koutou, kia koe e te kaiwhakahaere o te rōpu nei, Tamitha, tēnā koe, o tira tēnā tātou katoa kua hui hui mai nei I runga I te kaupapa o te rā. Today I'm very humbled to stand and speak as a descendant of Marangai katoa and Rangi Kapotata, who both migrated to Te Upoko Te Ika from Taranaki in the 1820s and lived at Te Aro Pā. While living at Te Aro with their Ngāti Haumia and Ngāti Tūpaia kin, Maranga and Rangi raised a family. One mokopuna in particular, Teretiu Tūwhare, would go on to become my great-great-grandfather. Teretiu married Harata Makirangi, who also lived at Te Aro Pā. Harata was born in 1828, around the time of the tribal migrations southwards from Taranaki and Kāwhia. She died in 1882 and is buried in Bolton Street Cemetery, along with many others of my Haumia and Tūpaia ancestors. Harata's unassuming headstone reads, He tohu mo Harata Teretiu, I mate I te tekau whitu o hune, ko tahi mano warurau waru tekau mā rua, e rima tekau mā whā ona tau, in memory of Harata Teretiu, who died the 17th day of June 1882, aged 54 years. You're probably wondering why I share with you this small snippet of my whakapapa. Essentially, it's so that you might better know who I am and why I've decided to offer my services as a voice for my iwi on the council. You see, Te Upoko Te Whenua is more than just a place to live for me. It is my tūranga waiwai, my ancestral homeland to which I connect through my indigenous whakapapa. My bones are buried here, and in that sense, I'm forever connected to this land. But with this connection goes responsibility as tangata whenua. My role as an iwi voice on this council will allow me to exercise those responsibilities as tangata whenua and to help look after both the land and the people who choose to live here. I want to acknowledge past councillor Jill Day for having the courage to advocate for mana whenua voices to be heard at this table. E te tuahine, e te rangatira e Jill, tēnā koe, mō I hāpai ake tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira. Today I acknowledge Councillors Day and others who voted in favour of the change. It showed great foresight. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is the founding document of this nation. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is the founding document of this nation. And so it is right that it's becoming more prominent in Aotearoa as we explore various forms of indigenously inspired democracy, similar to what Wellington City Council has initiated through these two Pauiwi roles and the Māori ward seat. But more importantly, it recognises tangata whenua as the natural long-term partner for this city. Taranaki whānui and Ngāti Toa will still be here long after individual residents and businesses have moved on. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that we are the city's only guaranteed long-term multi-generational investment partner. We will always be invested in this place because, well, we are an inseparable part of this place. As they say, we are the land and the land is us. Ko mātou ko te whenua ko mātou te tangata whenua. So what will I be advocating for on council? Well, the Tākai Here Accord signed between the council, Ngāti Toa, Taranaki Whānui and Te Atiawa will provide strong guidance for me. But there are also some pretty obvious priorities. We need to make our city infrastructure and transport network resilient and fit for a future that will see major changes in where and how we live, work and move about the city. And we have a hugely pressing need to make available more affordable, sustainable, healthy homes close to transport nodes, public amenities and other services. My iwi, Taranaki Whānui, is also developing a strategic plan which will provide guiding principles for me to follow when I'm at this committee table. These principles will come as no surprise to you. For example, we protect our whenua, awa and moana for generations to come, our land, rivers and oceans. We are steadfast and unwavering in upholding our tikanga and kawa, our protocols and traditions. Our culture, language and identity are held in the highest regard. We are guided by the teachings of peace and goodwill, and we express generosity, love and respect for all. The strategic plan also articulates a number of priorities. For example, sustainable solutions are found to restore environmental balance. The health and well-being of our people is prioritised, nurtured and resourced. All investment decisions are informed by an intergenerational, sustainable and mokopuna-focused future. So if you look at Taranaki Whānui's guiding principles and priorities for us as an iwi, you can see there are strong alignments between what we're trying to achieve for our people and what the Council is trying to achieve for our city. In the environment space, we are natural partners. Likewise, we share a strong priority around health and well-being. But also with Taranaki Whānui's role as a direct investor in property, and no doubt Ngāti Toa's role as well in this space, there are opportunities for the iwi and Council to collaborate in providing more affordable and sustainable housing options in Wellington. Other alignments will no doubt emerge as this relationship matures. So over the coming months, I'll be working closely with my trust, Taranaki Whānui ki Te Upoko Te Ika, to trial an online participation platform that will allow my members to indicate which way they might vote on a matter that's coming to this council table. I'm hopeful that this will increase the level of participation from my broader Taranaki Whānui Te Atiawa whānau, whose interests I was given a seat at this table to represent. In closing, I'd just like to say I'm extremely proud of this city and of my identity as an uri, a descendant of Taranaki Whānui Te Atiawa. And over the next 3 years, I will work hard to achieve the common aspirations of both. Nō reira, kei oku rangatira, kātiaki i konei tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou, kia ora tātou. Kaore he wai. Tēnei, e tia nei e te atiawa, i te iti i te ra i te koa. Iwi o te motu nei, no hoia ra te wenua nei. A kiti a iwi, i te iti i te ra i te kua tu a te witi, no runga i ana mai pai, no runga i ana mai tika, tōna ngā ka. Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Nico.
Kia ora, ngā mihi nui, kia koe te rangatira. So thank you, Holden, for that beautiful kōrero. I know we all really enjoyed hearing a bit about your whakapapa and a bit about your vision for Te Whanganui Ātara. So I'm going to move the motion that we receive the information and thank Holden Hohaia for your introductory speech. Do I have a seconder? Mea whānau? Would anybody like to share any words? Mea whānau.
Tēnā koutou katoa, tēnā koe Holden. I just want to acknowledge what you have said, and it is a huge honour to be here at the table with you in partnership, and I look forward to us honouring our ancestors and ensuring that we are doing the best for our whenua, for our awa and our wai. Through this council, we will make the best decisions as you've outlined, and of course through tākai here. And Look, we're whanaunga now, and look, I look forward to supporting you as Mayor in the best way that I can, and I know that your fellow councillors do as well. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora. So I now put the motion. So please, we're receiving the information and we're thanking Holden for his kōrero. So press green. Press green. Or press red. Oh. Can change that, luckily. Ka pai. So now we're going to move on to the e-bike share trial scheme. So welcoming Paul Barker up to the lectern to introduce this report to us today, and then we will be able to ask questions. So please put your hand up if you have questions that you'd like to ask. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like to start off by acknowledging Georgia Halley, who is our sort of stakeholder liaison person with the e-scooter operators. It's her day job to look after the existing thing. I'm just there to present this paper, really. So micromobility has a big role in our city going forward to create that low carbon transport system that we want. But what role that micromobility has is really, what this council needs to think about. So we're going to bring a report back to committee, and I've talked about later next year. We haven't got a time on the forward program, but it would be ahead of awarding a contract or a licence for that 2024 operation. So while there's good evidence that it would be successful to have e-bikes as part of that micromobility solution, we think it's worthwhile to trial it before you make that decision later next year. So this paper is asking you to approve a trial. We would bring the results of that trial. We're looking to, I know there's been some questions around the duration of it. We would evaluate the trial sort of towards the end of July next year. So 6.5 months of operation. We would then report the results of that trial back in a report that came September, October, November next year. So you'd have good evidence of that. We are asking that the operators be allowed to continue. So should the operation look successful and we don't have problems, so they meet their licence conditions, we don't see why we would remove the bikes in July. Only to then have committee confirm they do want e-bikes and put them back on the road on 1st of April 2024. So as part of that, we are asking that should they be successful and meet those licence conditions, that they do continue right through. We would be evaluating them in July, reporting back later in the year. Paper.
So starting off with Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Paul. Just in response to those public submissions and concerns raised about the impact on disabled people, I just have two questions. That you have enough flexibility to be able to add to parking, so we don't have any issues with the parking of these bikes. And secondly, how big of a focus will accessibility be in the work that you do reviewing the success of the scheme?
I mean, I hope that came through in the paper. Accessibility is one of the big concerns, and we hear that now about the scooters. The scooters are left on footpath, and we acknowledge that when we brought the paper through to committee for a traffic resolution back in September, that's starting to set up these corrals and encouraging that both the e-scooters and going forward, perhaps the e-bikes, to use those off-footpath, or what were car parks as the area. And we are able to bring back more traffic resolutions as needed to remove or replace car parking spaces with scooter bike parking spaces. Those initial corrals we put out were a combination of hoops for private bikes and in a zone for a drop zone for these micromobility devices, whether it be scooters or bikes.
Cool. Councillor Wineta.
Kia ora. One thing that comes up in the paper a few times is the idea that should the licence terms not be abided by, or if difficulties arise during the trial, then councils could possibly vary the terms of the licence. Could you run me through what that might look like? Right
through to the point where we could actually pull the licence. one of my bigger concerns is that if we see really poor behaviours with the e-bike scheme, it would undermine the good work we're doing elsewhere in providing for bikes across the city. So we don't want to see that going the wrong way for us, and so we'll be watching that hotly. But we are able to, as the operators talked about, geofence other areas where we can have low speeds or geofence them out of those areas. We've got the restrictions on where they can and can't park their bikes. The paper we brought in September, councillors put an amendment up to seek officers change the speed zone in front of the railway station, and both operators did that immediately. So we are able to work with them. So,
Councillor McNulty.
Good. Would you be able to make a note for when you report back on the use of the bikes within, should it go ahead, within the Paneki Poneki network, so we can actually see direct correlation of how many more journeys have gone through our cycle network and transitional cycleways based on allowing this trial to proceed?
We're totally able to do that. We have a live feed of where every bike is, or where every scooter is currently being used in the city through our ride report data.
Awesome. Councillor Free.
Yeah, I guess for me, the issue of bike parking, especially around bus stops, because I came across a scooter myself that had been carelessly left in front of a bus stop. Is it possible for us to actually perhaps do some work around whether we can put better bike parking around bus stops?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Great. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora, Paul. Are we keeping a difference in reporting back of results from each company? And I don't mean financial results, but more in how we were talking about how each company is being fined and fining people, just so that we're getting an indication from each company of their performance?
Yes, we do that.
We do that, and we will do that going forward.
We'll be able to do that. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora, Paul. In the paper, it mentions there are other companies who applied for the trial. And is there any, what it looks like to give the opportunity for those two in the trial, and then in 6 months or 1 year time when vote again, they already got an advantage of competition with others who might come into the business. If we look at Auckland, it's about 5 companies who give this service. Is there any rationality behind that? If you can just touch a bit.
No, thank you for the question. It's a good question. We spent a bit of time discussing whether we ought to have another provider come in, or open the market. And there was certainly a question in here where, if this committee is of a mind, we can go to the market now for providers to assist us with the trial. We are recommending that we work with existing 2 operators. We're able to then compare directly with the impact it might have on scooters, so we're able to see how it affects that scooter market. And we're able to just continue that operation with the 2. If we brought a 3rd operator in, or potentially a 4th, we could have 2 scooter operators and makes things a little bit more confusing for the market, our community. But we are able to do that. That would be something that, if committee were of a mind, we would go to the market.
Great. And Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah,
sorry, Councillor Free.
That's right.
Muscle memory.
That's all right. Just thinking back through history, when we did approve the e-scooters, we had a levy which we applied to each. It was per scooter, and it was meant to be used to provide things like parking and to do some research.
That's right.
And we did do the Ruru's scooter racks. Are we still able to do something like that? Because I am concerned that we need to up the
Councillor, that was answered in the papers, so we get 11 cents per bike and
11 cents.
Yeah.
No,
per trip.
We get 11 cents per ride. So
Per ride.
So over the summer months, it's about $10,000 a month we're collecting from the 2 operators.
Cool.
And that's specific. Sorry if I didn't get to that detail. So that's specifically for parking or for.
So if we see more rides as a result of the bikes, that's an increase in that amount we would collect.
Okay, to be used for parking.
So we do several things. It pays part of George's time to administer the scheme. We also pay for a ride report to collect data and monitor the system, and it goes back into the capital program to provide additional parking. So with the Ruru racks, as you talked about, and the corrals we're putting in place.
Cool.
Okay,
And
thank
there's
you.
some more information about that in the Q&A document, which you can find in the Resource Centre in Diligent. So it's a little bit of a mish to find, but there's some more info if you're interested in that point. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our questions. Thank you so much, Paul and Georgia, for presenting that to us today. And I'm going to move this paper. So you can see on your screens, you've got the things that we're being asked to vote on today. There's 3 amendments. And just to speak briefly to the contents of the paper, I just want to thank Beam and Flamingo as well for joining us today and for answering all our questions. I think a lot of us were really impressed with the degree to which you have engaged with our council, and especially the degree to which you've engaged with our disabled community. I think our council prioritise disability rights and prioritise accessibility, and so that meant a lot to us to know that you've got those relationships yourselves and that that's a priority to you. So that's definitely something that we'll be looking for in the reviews and any of the monitoring that goes on is how accessibility is prioritised and what that looks like. I think this is a really awesome and fun thing that we're doing. It's a big part of our transition to a low carbon transport system. So, you know, you can take this in isolation or you can look at it as part of the bigger picture, which is we want to move more people with fewer vehicles and make sure that our road space is allocated to move as many people as possible. And I think this has some really nice synergies with our Pāneke Pōneke program and how we're trying to connect up our city. So that's awesome too. I guess, like everyone else, I'm looking forward to the trial and looking forward to seeing what we learn. So I'm going to move that motion and going to allow Deputy Mayor Foon to second the paper and invite you to speak if you'd like to.
Kia ora, and thank you again to everyone that spoke this morning. And one of the reasons why I really want to see this e-bike trial happen in Wellington, and we heard it from one speaker this morning, it is actually life-changing. I ride most days, and you really do want those that are willing to experience the joy and the ease of moving around. And I'm so glad that this is something else we can do to help people have that experience. So I really wanted to thank the contributors this morning who outlined some of the reasons why this is good, that cost is a barrier and it helps people to actually have a go, that the value of people actually trying it. Like all things, once you try it and you understand it and you get into the habit, it's more likely you're going to continue on that road and also continue riding, let's say. And it also helps those that are thinking about purchasing an e-bike to just have a turn and get the experience. I do want to acknowledge the accessibility, and thank you, Councillor Paul, for acknowledging, and for our officers before, and Councillor Matthews for pursuing how we're going to navigate this. And I know that, councillors, this will be the thing that we'll be looking out for, and that there are costs installed to help make sure that we are not bike parking on the footpaths, because footpaths do need to be prioritised for people. So I can say my own experience is when I'm travelling, which hasn't been much until recently, but I do go to places and look up how to hire an e-bike, particularly where there is a bike network installed. So this will become a normal expectation of people who visit our city. So I'm really pleased to be able to hopefully encourage you all to say that this is a good thing for our city to be able to take on.
Great. Councillor Free.
I'll keep it really quick. I've had various positive and negative feedback and thoughts about particularly the scooters, but I think for me it was quite important that Flamingo said that they haven't had any incidences reported where a rider has hit or collided with a pedestrian. I'm sure there have been some near misses and some scary incidents, but I think that does say that our operators are operating the system quite well in Wellington, because I know that there were various horror stories coming out from other centres. So I want to commend them for that. I think it's really useful to extend this to e-bikes. When you look at the data in the report, it does seem that e-bikes actually are less problematic than scooters, and they can get you up hills a lot quicker than scooters can. So I see a huge opportunity here with that last mile thing, which is why I asked the question about the bus stops, and to make sure that we really integrate this as well as we can so people can actually ride to a bus stop, maybe leave their scooter or bike there and then continue with a bus or a train. So I'd be very interested in us really looking carefully at what we are providing in the way of bus of parking, because that, I think, is a lot of the problem, is when they're left randomly. As I said, I saw an example which, if I'd been a visually impaired person, I'd have tripped over it right in the entrance of a very small bus stop. So there's work to be done there, but I'm very happy to support this.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert.
I took a lot of comfort from having a discussion with Nick Ruane from our Accessibility Advisory Group about giving this trial a go, so I will be supporting it. But I will just add that whilst it'd be good to see a few e-bikes available, our buses are still not working properly. And I know it's not on the topic here, but that's going to move more people more quickly, and we are in serious trouble with those.
Councillor Wineta.
Thanks for the presentations from both our partners and the members of the public. It was very valuable to hear. Providing e-bikes, in my opinion, aligns with our overall objective of providing people a viable alternative to the personal car in their daily commute and travel around our city, reducing our overall carbon footprint and cutting our emissions. Having lived in Vienna, where public e-bike use is widespread and pretty well regarded as well, the opportunity to use active transport is enhanced when we have quite good availability of not only the bikes themselves, but the storage facilities and also the new e-bike technology to tackle some of those nasty hills in the western suburbs. One of the main limiting factors to bicycle uptake in Wellington has been our geography, and I'm encouraged by the technology that's available that this might be mitigated in the very near future. I also feel pretty assured by the presentations of our mobility partners that safety is a top priority and will be upheld, and provisions have been made for the accessibility of our disabled community. So therefore, I'm intending to support this motion. Kia ora.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. I'll obviously be supporting, but it is contingent on us building a proper cycle network, because bikes need to be off footpaths at all times, even where children are concerned in some instances. And look, the e-scooters I haven't been crazy about. They're not great. They come up behind you, you can't hear them. You're reliant on the rider being responsible and careful. So it's obviously just a plea. I love cyclists, but we just need to make sure you're careful, because you wouldn't want that smacking into you at 30 kilometres an hour. But it is another, like you say, a good alternative to the private car. So let's make Wellington the cycling capital of the South Pacific.
And that's a great point to conclude there. So quick right of reply. Thanks everyone for your really helpful contributions. Sounds like climate change, low carbon transition, and the Pāneke Pōneke connected cycleway network are all top of the list for us. So this will really help us to get there. So I am going to put the motion. Please press green if you support and red if not. Did anybody want to take anything separately? We can take it all as one. Ka pai. Right, cool. And that is carried unanimously. Congratulations. E-bikes on the road, yes. Awesome. Now we're going to move on to another awesome kaupapa, which is the zero waste strategy. So I'm going to invite Siobhan up to have a kōrero with us to introduce the report. Thank you, Siobhan.
Morena, councillors. I'm delighted to be able to introduce a zero waste strategy. What we're asking today is that you approve the release of the strategy for consultation. This is the culmination of many, many months of work. Back in early 2021, as we were putting together the LTP, we did undertake a strategic waste review. Out of that, there were perceptions that the waste operations model at WCC was not aligned with our community expectations. We had a need to develop a sustainable model and direction for waste minimisation and management, and we needed to consider future resourcing and model requirements. So earlier this year, we managed to recruit Chris Matthews into this leadership role. We've made a significant step change. The zero waste strategy is the first step In that step change, we've also got a comprehensive waste program sitting underneath that. So we had a presentation on this last week, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the contents of the paper, but we are happy to take any questions.
Cool. Questions? Awesome. I'm going to invite Deputy Mayor to ask a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Kia ora, and thank you for the mahi. The question I have is how and when will we bring in the economic or financial story that needs to weave through this strategy?
So this will all come in around September, October next year. You will receive a few business cases. The reason why it's not in the strategy at the moment is because there are many different service options, and we need to also work out how we work regionally. We need to work out there's a significant amount of funding available through MFE. So we need to work through all of these different options, and then what we will bring back is some really clear options for the councils, also attached to the financial implications.
Cool. Order. Great. Good. All right. So that's all the questions. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Siobhan. Now we're going to move on to moving the paper. So I invite Deputy Mayor Foon to introduce the paper to us.
Well, kia ora tātou. For those who were around last term, I know that you will know that Councillor Pennant had to stop me from bringing in the champagne this morning. But actually, she said we've still got a way to go. So thank you for reminding me. But I think what we need to acknowledge is that we are taking a new step change on our zero carbon and low waste transition. And this is one of the major building blocks of this transition today. And the why, I think Holden outlined this really well, that this is intergenerational decision making for our mokopuna. And in detail, the way we have been creating waste and the way we've been treating waste have not been to the betterment of our environment, of our streams and our waterways, of our manu, of space for that we actually have very little of left in our city, and that we just could not go on, and actually also to our carbon emissions, of which our waste takes up between 6 and 7% of our city's overall emissions. And also for the local communities, it is, up to sometimes 80 dirty, huge, big trucks an hour. Councillor Abdurrahman and I listen regularly to our communities about the impact of the landfill, 3 landfills in this community, as well as the smell and odour from the landfill. So really it is not contributing on a short-term or a long-term basis to where our city needs to go. So I do want to just acknowledge that this is, I think it's a really great piece of work. I'm really keen to get it out to our communities. Just some feedback from me. I think we heard today that what we really don't want to do as a council is override what is happening in our community, because waste is a funny thing that through action, it's actually one of the first pathways to people understanding their own zero emissions journey. And so it's also a community connector through composting to be able to create, to put on the gardens, to make food. And if we come in and override a lot of these opportunities, this doesn't actually, it keeps the problem that we put things away, not that we learn how to deal with them and change the systems that we have. So that's something I really want to see going forward. I also really want to acknowledge that while each individuals and businesses need to make change, if they don't have the system shift, they cannot do that. So we need to be working alongside government, and I'm pleased to see that this paper endorses and acknowledges that. Business communities, innovation companies, which Wellington has been great at developing in order to make this actually work. It's not just council. And that actually I want to see the greater levers that we're able to pull, particularly in procurement and particularly in enforcement and particularly as an enabler and an advocate. But overall, I'm really impressed with the strategy, the objectives, and particularly the outcomes. And I want to acknowledge on the last page, and this once again came from the community in Aotearoa Bay, that landfill capacity is treated as a finite resource. And I think previously we've come from the kaupapa that we fill it up. And actually now we don't want to do that. It is there, it is a taonga that we use only when we really need it. And that taonga needs to be surrounded by ngahere and manu and treated with respect, because that it's there for us as a special thing, and that we can find alternatives. They're happening all over the world. It's not a new thing. We can do it here in New Zealand. So I do want to thank the staff for all of their mahi on this, and I do want to encourage you councillors to support the strategy. It will go out to our community who will feed back in more detail, and I do want to encourage you that every takeaway cup that goes into the landfill matters. Just a wee hint. Kia ora, and thank you Councillor Pannett, who will help second this paper.
Cool. Would you like to speak now? Cool, thank you.
So first of all, I do want to give a big thanks to staff, because I have been a fierce critic of this organisation's approach to waste. So Barbara and Siobhan, thank you very much for your leadership. You've put us on the right path, and we've got some amazing staff in there. We're lucky in local government, given they can be poached and to go elsewhere, to have the team that we've got. So I'm very grateful. And look, in a way, this document is probably one of the most important documents that we've got, because it's got the right kind of environmental thinking in. I get a bit worried when we talk about climate change all the time, because that's in a way only a massive symptom of a deeper problem, which is around our relationship with nature and the way we use resources. And so we have got the right kind of thinking here about avoiding unnecessary consumption, which has brought us to our knees. I want to acknowledge all the people that have got us here to, in the community and around the council table. It has taken many, many, many years to get to this point. And so, of course, I'm impatient, and 20 years seems too long. Can we do it in 10? We just need to move as fast as possible. And also, I think it is our challenge too that this work is integrated into all of our policy thinking. The work that we did over the last 3 years on housing caused me deep concern, because it did not have this same philosophical basis. Just a few challenges I think we've got, but it will be done. One is around the integration with the regional plan, which we'll come to talk about next. We just do not need to annoy our regional partners by going off and doing things on our own or using our muscle power as the biggest council. I've also raised concerns with the staff about achievability. Some of those things, there's a long list of things, and we've had real struggles in getting things done in the space. 4 years, for example, practically to do a waste trial, it was so long. And also I think there needs to be some more refining, and that can be done through this process, just to make sure we're really clear about what we're trying to achieve. Some of them were really still too at a high level. I take the feedback of the Rainbow Advisory Group. They said lots of plans. So this really, I said to the Regional Waste Committee, we need to deliver now, because we've been talking a lot, so we just need to get on with it. And also, my favourite topic, we need to inoculate ourselves against a disastrous change in government next year. National sat on their hands for 9 years on this area, and so we need to get on with it. So even if the policy does change, we can still deliver some really good things, so we're not wasting another 9 years. But look, this is just fantastic. And the champagne, I just said to Councillor Foon, it's just a bit early, let's pass the policy first. But I do think we've just done some fantastic work here, and it's a real day to celebrate. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor O'Neill. Kia ora, I just wanted to speak briefly and to really acknowledge the mahi of Councillor Foon, and I know Councillor Paul and Councillor Pannett have been leaders in waste for our city in one way or another, but I just wanted to acknowledge, I guess, when I chat to people out in the community around things like the health and life of our manu and how predator-free trapping's going and how the green waste trial's going and Miramar and stuff like that, we're really talking about a wider vision and the mahi that you've done to really the effort that it takes to steer a waka in a different direction away from just expanding the landfill.
And yesterday we had like a myriad of, I think, thousands of dollars going to different groups for behavioural change for the Waste Minimisation Fund at the Grants Committee. And we've also got a lot of happy residents at Mile Point in the area in my ward around the new systems change and thinking there. But yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge your leadership in this particular area and the fact that it's really inspired conversations within myself and my community, and to thank you for always bringing the challenge back to this table and of course acknowledging the partners to get there along the way.
Thank you, Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. This is bloody exciting stuff. This is really cool. My main concern when I first read the paper was we've set a hell of an ambitious target here, 50% less in land waste in 7 years by 2030. And council officers have come back on that question and assured it's achievable. So let's absolutely go for it. I've shared this into community groups because I got excited about it. I've already had the Tawa Business Improvement District going, who can we talk to about being the people seeding this? And as I've said to Chris, if we can get things working in Tawa in this, it will work everywhere in Wellington. So that's just a sign of the excitement in the communities from business groups that want to get into this, want to get this done. So well done to everyone for their mahi and advocacy on this. This is fantastic stuff, and this is going to be transformational. Kia ora.
Councillor Calvert.
I must admit I'm less enamoured because I've been sitting around this table for 6 years and we talk a lot about it, but it's actually doing stuff. So I'm hoping that when we go out to consult, it's not just going to be seen like a plan on a page. We're still doing a green waste trial. Other councils have that already in place, not as a trial, but actually doing it. So I really want to make sure that we do focus on stuff that really makes the biggest difference. So, of course, I'll agree to this to go for consultation, but I just think we just need to sort of also have a good lens over what we're going to do is going to make a real difference and something that we can actually implement relatively quickly, and we have public buy-in, because it's all very well our officers saying that we can achieve this, but the public is very much part of that and they've got to buy into this. So we need to make sure that we consult. As often with our consultation documents, I still think there should be a very simple summary with it, because not everyone will read a 40-page document and the small print. But we do need to go out and consult. But I just want everybody just to take a little bit of the rose-tinted glasses off when we hear the feedback.
Councillor Free.
Well, I'm not going to take my rose-tinted glasses off, because I think that this is amazingly exciting stuff. And thank you, Councillor Foon. We may have been dithering around for many, many years, but when you came on board 3 years ago, we have made really steady, consistent progress. The exciting thing for me is we are actually committed to the sludge treatment plant, which in itself will reduce about a quarter of the emissions to landfill, but a quarter of the volume to landfill, but will actually enable a huge leverage off that, and that we won't yet have to create or find the rubbish to mix with it. So we're definitely on the way. I think it was encouraging when I looked at the data, and by the way, this is a fantastic report. It's a long read, but it's full of really interesting information that matters to every single household. One thing I did notice was that there's already 48 kilograms less per person every year of rubbish, and that says quite a bit. If we can keep that kind of motivation going in our households, because they can see the investment we're making and how it all ties together, I think we do stand a really good chance, Councillor McNulty, of meeting that reduction target in 7 years' time. So it is really exciting. It's something that we can all be part of. Every single resident can be part of this. It's exciting to me personally to see the plastics being phased out. And the construction waste addressed, and that's going to be really major, because that's a huge volume again. And the green waste, well, I do use a worm farm myself. I think there's heaps of scope for people to explore what they can do about green waste. It doesn't all have to be collected centrally. There's actually lots of options. But this is amazing work. We can be very, very proud of getting to this point, even if we're not yet there, Councillor Pennant, and there is more to do. It's a fantastic start. And yes, the staff do deserve a lot of applause for putting this very comprehensive and interesting report together.
Great. Right of reply.
Yeah,
if you need it.
Yeah. Kia ora, Councillor Free. Yeah, and you are right, because actually this is step 7, and if we don't get the sludge out of the landfill, we won't be doing any of this. So just this week, we're going to have to make another big decision. So just getting ahead of that one. I just also wanted to comment that the targets are excellent and they are achievable in my understanding of going forward, but just wanted to acknowledge that. But I think the main thing I did forget to say is to thank the communities that contributed to the action plan. This is a result of collective intelligence out there, and particularly Waste Free Wali Awhiroi Community, Zero Waste Network and Friends of Awhiroi Stream. They've had a close involvement with helping council officers to put part of this plan together. So to finalise, I just want to thank the officers again, amazing work. I will be around with the champagne once the consultation comes in and we sign off the final draft, but the community is out there and ready to help us and ready to help Te Whanganui Tara or Wellington be a leader in this space, and it's something we can all be really proud of. So kia ora, and yep, I will start nudging you about the coffee cup soon. Kia ora.
Great, let's vote. So green if you support this going out to consultation, red if not. Absolutely. Absolutely, let's hear what people think. Carried unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Awesome. Now we're going to welcome Siobhan back up to the podium to talk about more waste. So we've got the development of the new Wellington Region WMMP.
Great, thank you. So the Waste Management Minimisation Plan is a requirement under the Waste Minimisation Act 2008, so it's a statutory requirement that we have one. We have elected to again develop a regional waste minimisation or waste management and minimisation plan. So this paper presents the findings of a waste assessment, which is a precursor to development of that plan, and ask for your approval to formally proceed with the development of the new plan, which will span over the period 2023 to 2029. So we're required to update this every 6 years.
Great, thank you. Questions? No, awesome. That was very clear, thank you. So now we're going to move on to debate. So I'm going to invite Councillor Pannett to introduce this paper.
Thank you. So look, I'll just start with a little bit of history. I will be brief. When we came together as a regional waste governance committee, it took a little while to get about 2015. We knew there was failure because the first regional waste plan had not delivered, because there was no political will and no resources. And so we were determined to try and change that. And so just a gentle correction to the officers, we were not worried about efficient waste minimisation. We were talking about a vision of being waste-free. And there's a lot of really good actions in there, in fact, that we'll still need to continue through, that were designed to get us there, looking at organics, looking at resilience of our waste system, looking at how we can collaborate more. And I guess what this report is very useful, and it's shown that we have done some things, not as many as I would have liked, but also that good foundations were laid in the training following the last one. So that does set us up to succeed. It was a difficult place to be because regionally people have different resources and different priorities. You know, we've got Upper Hutt that doesn't even have a curbside recycling collection. So, you know, we start from different places. And make no mistake, this is going to be expensive. It will not be a cheap process. We're going to have to invest many millions of dollars. But it is critical, not just for climate reasons, but for good resource stewardship. We do have a third option today, which is to say we'll continue with the current plan and then do our own plan. So we do not have to do a regional plan by law, and we, as good colleagues, include the regional council in it. But my advice, and Councillor Fern and I had some discussion about this, whether it was the right approach, because it has been quite difficult marshalling a whole lot of councils together. But I think we're in a place where we do want to work regionally. It was fantastic to hear that we're now getting people on the bus around organic processing, because Porirua and the Hut were just working on that, and it was just a bit odd. So I think we'll still have the ability to do what we need to do, and other TAs will as well. But where it makes sense to collaborate regionally, we will do so, just apart from anything because of the money. The councillors on the governance team are really committed and knowledgeable, and I think we'll be able to do some good work. And as I said previously, the need to collaborate will be critical, and we've already had one hard conversation, and there may need to be a few more. But I think going forward, we're just going to have a really good plan, and again, as I said, a focus on delivery, not so much planning this time.
Great, thank you. And Deputy Mayor to second. Do you need to speak?
Just really quickly to thank Councillor Pennant for your past work and for coming up for the plan Waste Free Valley, and you now have an organisation that's actually named after that, so I think you can take that as credit to that work. My experience of working on the regional committee last term was that it was very slow. You're right, we achieved a few things, including an events packaging, a regional events packaging guideline, and we achieved the bylaw, which was the waste bylaw, which was no mean feat. But I think there is a sea change now, with government really coming on wanting to make these changes, and there is an incentive to work regionally because of funding. Government is more likely to fund regional ventures than single council ventures, so it is worth us staying in the corridor for this. So happy to support Councillor Pennant and the regional plan going forward.
Great, and it looks like there's no debate, so we'll put that to the vote. Carried unanimously. Great work. Awesome. Cool. So now we're going to invite Sarah Hay to the podium to talk us through the capital carry forward paper. Kia ora.
Kia ora, councillors. Thanks for your time on this in the annual plan briefing the other day. This paper is asking you to do a few things. Note that we had an underspend last year of the capital program of $65.1 million. We're asking you to approve to carry forward $52.2 million of that underspend. And then finally, we're asking you to approve the rephasing of that capital program over the long-term plan period. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Kapai, thank you very much. So I'm going to invite Councillor Matthews to...
It's okay, it is my name. Kia ora koutou. Very briefly, I want to thank officers for their work, and I think this might be my first time I get to say thank you to Sarah Hay for all of her work. She won't be with us for very much longer, and she has done such amazing mahi and been transformational, really, in our organisation in a very short time. But I am still a bit angry about her leaving, but I'm processing those emotions. Oh, sorry, my mic went out. Wow, my stirring words were not. Some very challenging times delivering an extremely ambitious program. With COVID, supply chain issues, and workforce shortages are all challenging for us. So I suspect this will be uncontroversial, but just want to thank everybody for their work, and again acknowledge acknowledge that achievement for what we have been able to deliver and what we are going to do in the next year and in years going forward. And my wonderful new sidekick colleague, Councillor Panovich, is going to second. I hope we're going to hear a few words of wisdom from him.
Yeah. Councillor Panovich.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Yes, you can hear a few words of wisdom from me. Every once in a while you'll get some. I think this is a good paper. It came through well. Looking at the detail, I see there's a couple of really meaty items coming through there. If you look at like sludge mineralisation, a lot of assets which I think are valuable for us to have. I appreciate the fact that the officers have actually removed some items which we may not see are necessary. Our capital plan going forward will be ambitious, and I am hoping that we will be able to achieve that. Thank you.
Awesome. Yep. Debate. Councillor Calvert.
Okay, so we signed off on a long-term plan a year and a quarter ago. Within the first 3 months, same time last year, we had to rephase that. We're now we're rephasing it again, and it is reality. But I believe that some of that stuff, some of what we know now, we should have known back when we signed off on the long-term plan. It's coming through a pandemic. We knew the resources and materials would be pretty tight even back then with the long-term plan back in June 2021. So I think it's important that we are all realistic. We're going into our next annual plan budget, and then next year, the following year, the long-term plan. But we've got to be realistic. And so this is a good start, but what we had previously planned, I believe we should have known better. Okay.
Right of reply.
I think Councillor Calvert Councillor Free will lend you her rose-tinted glasses for wearing later. It's these are, we have, as I say, a lot to fix, a lot to build. And high expectations of us from the community. Just want to say thanks again to the team for all that has been delivered.
Great, let's vote. As your oh, you got it. Great. Carried unanimously. Wow, this is going great. So now we've got Siobhan coming back up to the podium to talk about the Wellington water paper. Very high critical assets.
So this is a noting paper and a presentation that's included with this on Wellington Water's report on very high critical assets. Understanding the condition of assets is at the core of good asset management practice. Wellington Water have used some of the stimulus funding that they received back in 2020 to undertake extensive condition assessment of their very high critical assets. The very high critical assets are those assets that, if they fail, will have a significant customer impact. So this report, which is an excellent report in terms of providing that foundation for good asset management, is presented by Wellington Water, and we have with us Rob Blakemore, who is the Chief Advisor Service Planning for Wellington Water. He's had over 44 years' experience in the water industry and is an engineer. And John Scott, who has been with Wellington Water for just over a year. He was the program lead on the condition assessment exercise that's been undertaken. And John has over 38 years of experience as a geotech engineer and project manager, both nationally and internationally. So I'll just invite John and Rob up to the podium to answer any questions.
Awesome.
Hello, my name is Rob Blakemore, and to my left, John Scott. I'm hoping that in the spirit of champagne, that you will take this report as a positive outcome, because this has been a great opportunity for Wellington Water to take advantage of the recognition first of all from the council, and of the importance of condition assessment by lifting funding, and then on top of that, the stimulus funding, to progress a program that has been much needed. Now, I'm not sure how I move this one forward.
Cool.
this is it's a wee bit slow coming through. And so, if you know, the background to this area was that we had the Mayoral Task Force and in looking at the three waters, and of course in that task force that certainly confirmed the need for more condition assessment of our critical assets after we'd had some very unfortunate failures. Historically, there has been a low level of funding for condition assessment. Traditionally, it's an OPEX item, and we were in a situation prior to this of having to do what we would take advantage of every bit of information we could to do our forward planning. And then with that, you know, we've had this historic challenge in informing Wellington Water of getting data together from 6 councils in a consistent way so that we can actually do our investment planning, and that's an ongoing challenge, it always is. And so that was always a challenge for us. And then along comes the government stimulus funding, and that enabled us to develop a comprehensive condition assessment program, which has been the largest ever undertaken in New Zealand in such an intensive period, and it has been recognised as such. In doing that, it's had to break ground, and a lot of the challenges we had to face were in new technologies, breaking skill sets that weren't available, bringing people from overseas during COVID, all these sorts of things. It was a very large program of work. Some of the key outcomes, of course, is that a lot of the assets that we've identified, we did find stuff that needed fixing, and it's allowed us to put stuff into maintenance and renewals programs straight away. We had to address the new and emerging technologies, primarily, you know, for buried assets. They're not easy to inspect, take out of action, and a lot of the techniques that we are now employing were almost being trialled as we went through, and we found a lot of operational issues in delving into those technologies. I'm struggling to actually read these. My eyesight's not what it is.
We've got the slides in our papers. If you just wanted to add in maybe anything that wasn't included in those slides, or maybe answer some questions if you had time.
If you'd like to do that.
Yeah, if that's okay. Just because I think we've got a few, and we've got these slides, so have been able to have a look through those. So I know, Councillor, is that all right if we
that's fine by
take some
me,
questions? Okay, cool.
Pushed for time, so
Cool, thank you. So we've got Councillor Free on the paper, please.
Yeah, no, this is on the paper, and it's good that we've done this work, and thank you for doing it. We had 20 million stimulus funding, and I noticed we had 3.5 million roughly of that applied to this work, but another 1.5 of council funding. Was that the plan? Was that always the plan? Please just refresh my memory on that.
The overall V8, the criticality assessment across the region was around $10 million, and then which we allocated, to across the region, for which the component that you alluded to is Wellington Cities, yes. Around 4.5 million, John?
Yeah, it was 3.5 million of stimulus funding and about 1.5-ish of Wellington OPEX funding.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember the details of how we allocated our portion of the stimulus funding, so that was the reason for that question. And I also note that you say that further funding of condition assessment could be considered.
I'll just go back on, yes, when we look back on, you know, across the region, we're looking at an asset base of a replacement value of $12 billion. So, you know, to spend our current budget for the OPEX budget for across the region is $2.5 million this year for condition assessment. This is after the stimulus funding has ended. $1 million of that has been allocated from Wellington City. So, you know, from an asset management perspective, a good level of funding would be around, for the region, $10 million or $4 million a year for Wellington City if we had. Now, we acknowledge the difficulties of funding. It's an OPEX constraint, but that's the sort of level of funding that we would need. Bearing in mind, condition assessment is not a one-off exercise. You have to come back. You have to measure the deterioration of these assets. And we've had some good examples of where deterioration measurement allows you to intercept and intervene very, very quickly. And it quickly pays for itself. You know, if we could have intervened on Jervois Quay, the costs, you know, that cost of that stormwater failure would have paid for itself.
So are you actually saying something a bit stronger than it could be considered? You're saying perhaps a realistic figure would be more like 4 million rather than 1 million.
For an asset base of the size of Wellington cities, yes.
And so is that actually your recommendation?
That would be our recommendation going forward into OPEX funding, yes.
Okay, because that's certainly stronger than what you've written in your report. Would you have the resources to respond to that 4 million in spend it all?
We've got the resources. There's a lot of planning. We'd have to wind ourselves to that point because we are reliant on the expertise nationally and internationally. So it would take a lot of planning. But yes, we can do it.
Okay.
Cool. Awesome. Councillor Brown.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, one of the largest spends that we are going to make as a council is going to be in respect to this asset. I was looking at the 2021 annual report, and we spent $176 million on our water, the three waters, and of total rates of 342 million. So effectively, about half of our rates are being spent on the water system today. And I think you said in your report that we renewed 5 kilometres, and you're recommending that we're doing renewals of about 40. So it's quite a lot of stretch, if you like. Now, when I read the report, and I have actually read it 2 or 3 times, I didn't find it entirely, let's just say, easy to understand. And there were a number of areas where I was somewhat struggling. Sorry, so what I want to say is, yep. I think that we are going to want as a council to make some big decisions around water, and so we do need some strong recommendations from experts like yourself about what additional information our management need and we need. What would you be recommending our next step?
Just to make a note, in terms of condition assessment work, the 40 kilometres a year for the next, for forever is an age-based thing. So we assign an age to an asset and say that's what we think is the backlog. Condition assessment has the value of giving you confirmation of that. And so we're already seeing an early indication, for example, is the lives of stormwater pipes may be able to be extended through condition assessment from the age-based approach. And Colin, I don't know if you want to talk about the level of investment in terms of renewals, but that's...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was a little bit late. Is it all right if I just say something?
Yeah, that's cool. Just grab a mic. Yeah.
I think the point I would make to councillors is in the 10-year planning we gave for 21-31, we uncovered the where water investment was up to, and we set a program of work for 3 years. We are due to come back and work with council officers to give you the next stage of Three Waters planning for the next 10 years, and we welcome the opportunity to provide that advice to you in the new year, and that's the right time to do it, when we provide the next 10-year forecast of work.
So that's going to come from you, not independent experts? I mean, sorry,
we provide the advice to council on Three Waters planning into the future and the levels of investment, and then the council officers. Council owns their own efforts, then they decide the final funding, and we work together to present that picture for you for future investment.
Great. Well, I just hope that it's a bit clearer than this document.
Okay, all right. Councillor Calvert.
In the report, you said the assessment is carried on, took place from 2020 to July 2022. Given what you found out at the end of this assessment period, would that have changed any of your recommendations in the for our long-term plan back in 2021?
No, it may accelerate where we found poor condition assets. We will accelerate the implementation of those in terms of reprioritising, in terms of specific projects. And but for example, the major CBD project for wastewater wouldn't change that.
So essentially, when you gave us some options for funding in the long-term plan, was that sort of on track or related to the condition assessment that you've subsequently found?
Yeah, bearing in mind it was all going on at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
So there are some specific assets that we have put into fast track mode.
Yep. Okay.
And where we are moving into within the current budget envelope.
Right. And so I know Mr. Crampton said you're coming back to us with another 10-year next year. in 2023. So will you do the same as you did in 2021? Give us a range of options of how we fund or how much we should be funding?
Yeah, we're going to repeat the same thing, exactly the same, which is give you an update on the big vision into the future, what the problems are, and then give you investment options, and then you decide as the asset owner and funder. If I could just swing back on Rob's point, the advice we gave you, that there's a backlog of renewals to be dealt with and going forward. That advice does not change on the basis of this condition assessment. What it helps us, though, is it helps us to effectively program the money to do the right ones first, but it doesn't change the need for substantive investment to get back on top of renewals.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. Obviously, a lot of work's gone into this report, so thank you for taking it very seriously. But similar to Councillor Brown, I did find it a little bit confusing to try and work my way through it. Just two points. One is, that the assessment's not finished. There wasn't time to complete the whole thing, and also there were some parts of the network that couldn't be assessed. And so I just wanted to see if you could comment on that briefly, and also about when that assessment would be finished, so that we have a whole picture.
Okay. At the time of the financial year, we had not completed some of the buried reservoirs that were in Wellington City in terms of their assessment, about 8 of those. The issues we'd faced primarily with condition assessment of pipework were around pressure pipes, water pipes basically, and some of the pumped rising mains for wastewater, where the technologies and the difficulty of getting the technologies and getting access to the network created a lot of issues that we... I won't go into this. There's a lot of technical implications in terms of the techniques you use. What we are planning to do this year with the money that we have is to carry on and get a desktop assessment done, as much of the pressure pipe field assessment done as we can, of all the high criticality assets, so that's high and very high. And so what we have found with our work, which is one of the great pieces of news, is that when we do desktop analysis, there's a strong correlation between our desktop and our field assessment. So what we're saying is that allows us to prioritise when we do the desktop, so that uses a lot of expertise. We bring them into a room, we go asset by asset with all our knowledge, and we go through and we assign conditions, and then we go out and confirm them in the field. We're finding strong correlation, so that'll allow us to prioritise better where we do the field assessment, which is the very expensive part of it. So the first thing we plan to do is have a high criticality, all high criticality assessments will have a desktop condition assessment done this financial year.
Thank you very much. And also, so I found section 4.2.2 on the learnings really helpful, because I think that's really pleasing that you've struck problems, but you've learnt from them. That's great, and recorded that quite comprehensively. The other thing is you talked about assessment needing to be ongoing. So when you come back to us with a plan, with an ongoing long-term plan, will an ongoing assessment program be part of what you'll be proposing to continue with?
Yeah, one of the things, and I've mentioned this, what we've effectively done is a health assessment, not a condition assessment. We have to keep repeating these things to get the deterioration rate. We've got 1 point on a graph, if you know what I'm saying. So what we have to do is repeat this. The beauty about what we have done is it tells us when we should come back. So if something is deteriorating and we think it's close to failure, we'll come back more quickly and have another look before we make a decision on what to do. If it's looking in good nick, we'll probably leave it 20 years. So those are the things that that's exactly what the intention of this is.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Liz Kelly.
Oh, thank you. Through you, if I could just ask a question. Sorry, I forgot what your name is, but as you were talking, you commented on how one of the difficulties was knowing where the assets were, and it just jogged my memory, and I'm sure somebody around this table will be able to help, but didn't we fund a substantial amount to be able to provide a resource that would document where everything was underground? And you did a presentation to us. Yeah, you did, eh? Yeah. So
that's me.
Oh, that's you, Siobhan. Yeah. So, and I was really impressed at the time that would be a way that we would be able to know where everything is, so that we didn't come into difficulty if there was a pipe in the way of whatever.
So that's our subsurface asset data register. So that's a fairly long-term program to actually know what types of utility infrastructure is beneath our road corridor.
Yeah,
It won't inform any condition assessment.
So is that not happening yet?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's in train, yeah.
Oh, so...
It's not just a question of knowing where it is in plan view, it's how deep it is, where the other services are, what access you've got.
And I get it that the whole point of it is about what condition the asset is in. But I just, it was just that jogged my memory, and I wanted to know if we were actually doing it, so thank you.
Yeah, our records are pretty good about where they are, actually.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you. My request would just be when you come back to us on this proactive maintenance, it's the kind of awesome longitudinal decision making that we should have been doing at this table 30 years ago, so we're not having this chat today. So my request to you when you come back, can you please be fearless about what you need, what you require to make this regime work, so that we can make the right decisions and not indebt another generation around those lines. Thank you.
Thank you for that. As an asset management person, I'm not fearless about that.
But cool. And last one, Councillor Ferry.
Yeah, so just picking up on that, it's very related to that actually. So Colin, you said, I'm trying to put the two things together. So Colin, you've said you'll come back in February with some recommendations for the 10-year plan. And Rob says ideally we'd be spending 4 million, not 1 million. So my question is, can you come back with a staged approach that's realistically deliverable, that gets us to that 4 million of condition assessments as soon as possible?
Yeah, so when we come back in the new year to give you the forecast for the 10 years, we give you a budget, we give you recommendations around CapEx, and we give you recommendations around OpEx. And the two questions that were just made around the ratio between planned and reactive maintenance, we'll give you straight shooting advice on that, and we'll also show you how we can ramp the condition rating up to give you the best advice on your renewals program going into the future. That's exactly what we'll do.
Yeah, and we don't and fearless advice. We'll worry about the budget. You tell us what we need.
Yeah, well, we appreciate those comments, and we're looking forward to chatting to you about that.
Great. Thank you for joining us and answering all of the questions, team. So I'm going to pass over to our Mayor to introduce the paper. Just move it.
Move the paper. Introduce the paper. I move the paper.
And Councillor Brown will second. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I think this paper is a critical step in our pathway towards better understanding of our asset condition, and also this need for proactive and reactive maintenance, and a real asset management plan which we can actually sign off with confidence. As I mentioned before, our most recent financial figures show that basically half of our rates went into the water, so the three waters, that is. So this is a very, very big expense already, and clearly we're going to have to spend a lot more. And whatever the regime which eventuates out of the government regulatory and other changes, this is something which we're going to have to do. I really do hope that we can get much greater clarity and therefore much greater confidence to actually enable us to make the decisions. I struggled with this paper, and I think there were inconsistencies in the paper, which I'm sure had nothing to do with the quality of the analysis done. But it's going to be very important that the people around this table are actually confident in the plans they're going to be signing off next year, because it's going to be big dollars and it's going to be a large amount of ratepayer money which is going to go into this. So I'm happy to second this, but I think this has got to be seen as the first step in a process. And just one tiny little aside, I just happen to notice that we quote the amount of pipes that we've got in our annual report, and the distances for the pipes that we quote in the annual report are quite inconsistent with the distances that are quoted in this document. So I do hope that we get our annual report figures correct.
Great, thank you. Councillor Randall, anyone else? And put your hand up if you want to debate. So Councillor Randall, yeah.
Yes, I support this, and I guess this is easily supported, because it's a major thing that's very high on the public consciousness and priority. And so I just think also in the wider picture of when we come to consider the items across both the annual plan and across the long-term plan, that we put this front and centre. There's a thing you say, you put the big rocks in first to when you consider stuff. So I'd like this to be one of the early things we consider, so that we know that when we work through the funding issues and the detail of what we're going to propose, that's locked in as a base, and then we can move on to the other elements that we have to deal with, because this is the big rock. So yeah, this is good. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor and Councillor Calvert.
Yes, it's an important piece of information, but I just, and it was a question I had clarified, is that this knowledge now would not have changed the investment options that we were presented with in 2021, which as part of the long-term plan, and I think this is comes connected to Councillor Randall's point, is that we were provided with some of the options provided from Wellington Water, not all of them, and said really we could only go with one because the other one wasn't capable of being delivered. I think we need to make sure when the information comes back from Wellington Water, we get it direct. It's not filtered. Because I still strongly believe that if we had more transparency of the information from Wellington Water, that we may have chosen not to invest an extra $100 million into cycleways. We might have put some of that into our water infrastructure more than what we've done.
Councillor Matthews.
I guess I just want to, I was horrified when I learned initially. I remember the briefing where it was like, we don't know the status of our highly critical assets, and so to see this work come to fruition is a very good first step. And I want to acknowledge actually everybody that was on the last council, because, we had to come to grips very quickly with what the state of these assets, the problems that were making themselves extremely obvious to us. So to see this kind of analysis gives us a very useful kind of, as was said, that first point in the graph, and that we can continue to build that work. And I guess, what I hope that we do is now to have a future kind of focus on on how we get out of this situation, rather than continue to kind of angst about decisions that were made in the past, and so we move forward making good decisions.
Great. Would you like a right of reply, Mayor Whānau? Sweet. Let's put the motion. Let's vote. I think his remote's a bit. There we go. Cool. Sweet. Carried. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to pass over to Liam Hodgetts to introduce the Forward program.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm happy to take both the Forward program and the actions trackings as read.
Great. Yes, question from Liz Kelly.
I'm just picking up on the presentation that we had from Helene Ritchie, with regard to the Whale Malai, and I was having a look at the Forward program and the action tracking, and I know that there's a briefing on the open spaces and Frankett's Park next week. I think it's on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. But it seems to me that some of the information in the presentation wasn't exactly correct, because it was quite clear in our tracking paper that no decision has been made yet, and we're waiting on whatever the outcome is for the engagement and the proposed option before we can confirm the draft plan for demolition. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah, and you'll see in those notes there's an opportunity for council to see the development plan and then consult with the community.
Yeah, so there's still potential for feedback of another proposed site, which was what she was suggesting. But nothing has been confirmed is the main thing.
Well, that's right. The council is to investigate the site as a preferred site for the whale, but they haven't made a decision.
That's right. Cool. Thank you.
Sweet. So I'm going to move those papers and get my Deputy Chair, Councillor Brown, to second those. Would you like to say anything?
No, I'm happy to second it.
Thank you. Cool. Any debate? Ka pai. Put those to the vote. Awesome. We are making such great time. So we're going to go have lunch now, and we'll be back in half an hour. So let's come back at 12:45. So I'm going to move that we go into public excluded for the next two papers. Yep, done. Done. Efficient. Okay, so public excluded. The reasons for that are set out in your papers. So does anyone want a second that we move into Councillor Matthews? Thank you. Debate. No? Awesome. All right, let's vote.
If that could just be recorded, the votes. Thanks.
Great. Great. Sweet. Okay, so now we're just going to make sure the live stream thing's turned off. And public inclusive zone. So we're back in that, and now, look, I'm going to stand. You remain seated, but we can all say the karakia together. That's okay? Ka pai? All right, let's go. Unuhia, 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 ki te uru tapu nui, kia wātia, kia māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatū, koia rā e rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia wātia, kia ai rā, kua wātia. Thanks, guys.